Hello everyone, your sleep companion here, bringing you another journey tonight. Before we begin, please like and subscribe to join our sleep community. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift away together. I found a crow symbol painted on our front gate. Now my parents are in hiding, and 13 children have been marked for sacrifice. We have until sunset to break a centuries-old cycle before we become something inhuman. Some moments stay with you forever, burned into your memory like a brand. For me, it was the crude figure of a crow painted in black on our weathered front gate. At 13, I didn't understand its significance, but something about that malformed silhouette made my stomach clench. Looking back, it was the first warning sign of the horror that would swallow our lives whole. I noticed it that afternoon as I trudged home from school, the late September air carrying the first hint of autumn chill. My hand hesitated on the gate latch as I studied the still wet paint, glistening faintly in the waning sunlight. Someone had painted it recently within the hour, most likely. The sight filled me with an inexplicable dread. Inside, I found my parents in the kitchen, their voices hushed but urgent. They fell silent when they saw me. "You're late," Mom said, her face pale, dark circles prominent beneath her eyes. She hadn't been sleeping well lately. "I stopped at the library with Daniel to finish our science project," I explained, shrugging off my backpack. "I told you to come straight home today, didn't I?" Her voice had an edge I rarely heard. "You didn't say." She grabbed my shoulders, fingers digging in. "When I tell you to do something, you do it. No detours, no excuses." I stared at her, bewildered by the outburst. Mom had always been strict but fair, never unreasonable. "What's going on?" "Nothing for you to worry about," Dad interjected, placing a hand on Mom's arm. "Your mother's just concerned about the storm coming." His words didn't match the fear in his eyes. There was no storm in the forecast. "Did you see the crow on the gate?" I asked. Mom and Dad exchanged a look that made my blood run cold. "Go to your room, Michael," Mom said, her voice suddenly soft, almost trembling. "Start your homework. I'll call you for dinner." I climbed the stairs slowly, straining to catch bits of their resumed conversation. "They found us already." Dad's voice, usually so steady, quavered. "Should never have moved here," Mom replied. "I can't leave now. They're watching." Their words faded as I reached the top of the stairs, but the dread in my stomach only grew heavier. Something was terribly wrong, and they weren't telling me. I slipped into my room and closed the door, leaning against it for a moment as I tried to make sense of what was happening. My bedroom window offered a view of our street, a row of nearly identical houses lining both sides. Everything looked normal. A couple of kids riding bikes, Mrs. Hanson watering her prized roses, Mr. Peterson checking his mail. But as my eyes tracked along the street, I noticed something that made my breath catch. 3 houses down, another black crow was painted on the Keller's fence. 5 houses beyond that, another on the Navarros' mailbox. I pulled back from the window, heart pounding. This wasn't random vandalism. Something deliberate was happening in our neighborhood. Dinner that night was a tense affair. Mom had made my favorite spaghetti with her homemade sauce, but the food sat heavy in my stomach as I watched my parents exchange meaningful glances when they thought I wasn't looking. Dad kept getting up to check the locks on the doors and windows, and Mom flinched at every sound from outside. "I saw more of those crow symbols," I finally said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "They're on other houses, too." Mom's fork clattered against her plate. Dad's face darkened. "Michael," he said carefully, "I need you to promise me something. If you see anyone painting those symbols, or anyone you don't recognize hanging around the neighborhood, you come straight home and tell us. Don't approach them. Don't talk to them. Just come home. Understand?" I nodded, alarmed by the intensity in his eyes. "Who are they? What do the crows mean?" "Just troublemakers," Mom said too quickly. "Nothing to worry about as long as we're careful." But later that night, after I was supposed to be asleep, I crept to the top of the stairs and listened to them talking in hushed voices in the living room. "We should have known they'd find us eventually," Dad said, his voice strained. We've been here too long. 8 years isn't that long, Mom argued. And this is the 3rd time we've moved. I'm tired of running, Thomas. Michael deserves stability. Michael deserves to be alive, Dad snapped back. You know what they do to families who defy them. Maybe it's a coincidence, Mom suggested, but her tone lacked conviction. Those symbols could mean anything. Don't be naive, Dad sighed. The crows are their calling card. They've marked us, along with the other families who fled. They're sending a message they know we're here, and they're coming. Then we fight, Mom said firmly, or we go to the police. A bitter laugh escaped Dad. The police? You think they'll help us? Half of them are probably members themselves. They protect their own. Then what do we do? Mom's voice cracked. We can't just... A sharp knock at the front door cut her off. I froze at the top of the stairs, watching as both my parents went rigid with fear. The knock came again, 3 deliberate taps. Dad rose slowly, motioning for Mom to stay seated. He approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. It's Eleanor, he said, tension visibly draining from his shoulders as he unlocked the door. Our neighbor, Mrs. Winters, stepped inside, her normally immaculate appearance disheveled. Her silver hair was coming loose from its bun, and her cardigan was buttoned wrong. They're coming, she said without preamble, voice trembling. Tomorrow night. Duncan just called to warn me. Dad guided her to the couch, where Mom was already pouring a glass of water. How many? Dad asked. All of them, Mrs. Winters replied, wrapping bony fingers around the glass. The annual gathering was supposed to be next month, but they've moved it up. They're converging here instead, from all across the country. Because of us? Mom looked sick. Mrs. Winters nodded. You, us, the Kellers, the Navarro Saul, the families who broke away, they're making an example of us. We need to warn the others, Dad said, already reaching for his phone. Already done, Mrs. Winters assured him. Duncan's calling everyone he can reach. But Thomas, her voice dropped lower. Some won't make it out in time. They've already started watching the roads. I must have made a sound, a gasp perhaps, because 3 pairs of eyes suddenly darted to the staircase, where I stood half hidden in shadow. Michael, Mom said, her voice unnaturally calm. How long have you been there? Who's coming? I asked, ignoring her question as I descended the stairs. What's happening? The adults exchanged looks, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, Dad nodded. He deserves to know, he said quietly. He needs to understand what we're up against. Mom patted the couch beside her. Come sit down, sweetheart. I approached cautiously, suddenly unsure if I wanted to hear what they had to say. As I sat, Mom took my hand in hers, her palm clammy against mine. Do you remember anything about where we lived before we moved here? She asked. I frowned, thinking back. I'd been 5 when we'd left our old town in the middle of the night. My memories were fragmentary, a small house on a hill, a playground with a broken swing, the smell of pine trees. Not much, I admitted. We lived in a small community called Raven's Hollow, Dad said, his voice taking on an odd, flat quality. It's not on any map. It exists in isolation, cut off from the outside world in many ways, and it's controlled by a group that calls themselves the Congregation of the Sacred Crow. A cult? I asked, incredulous. They wouldn't use that word, Mrs. Winters said with a humorless smile. They consider themselves the keepers of ancient wisdom, the chosen few who understand the true nature of the world. Your father and I were born into the congregation, Mom continued, as was Mrs. Winters. Most people there are. They rarely accept outsiders. I shook my head, trying to process what they were saying. So, you were part of a cult? We were, Dad acknowledged. Our families had been members for generations, but when your mother became pregnant with you, things changed for us. We started to see the congregation for what it truly was. What does that mean? I pressed, an icy fear spreading through me. Mom and Dad exchanged another look. It was Mrs. Winters who answered. The congregation worships an entity they call the Crow Father, she explained. They believe he grants them power in exchange for sacrifice. Sacrifice, I repeated, my mouth suddenly dry. Every 13 years, Dad said, not meeting my eyes. They conduct a ceremony. They offer the firstborn children of 13 families to their god. I stared at him, waiting for him to say he was joking, that this was all some elaborate prank. But his eyes were dead serious, haunted by memories he tried to forget. They kill children. My voice came out as a whisper. Not immediately, Mom said, and I could see her struggling to find the right words. The ceremony lasts 13 days. Each day, the child undergoes a different ritual to prepare them for the final sacrifice. Horror washed over me as understanding dawned, and I would have been. Yes, Dad confirmed. You would have been one of the 13 this year. That's why we left. That's why several families fled in the months before and after your birth. We couldn't let them take you. But they found us, I said, looking between my parents and Mrs. Winters. The crows, they're marking houses with children they want to take? Not just any children, Mrs. Winters explained. The children of those who defied them by running. The congregation believes using these children for the sacrifice will be especially powerful, that the betrayal of the parents adds potency to the offering. My stomach lurched. How many? How many kids are they looking for? 13, Mom said softly. Always 13. That's their sacred number. I thought about the symbols I'd seen. Our house. The Kellers down the street, they had twin boys a year younger than me. The Navarros, with their daughter Elena, who was in my grade. So they're coming tomorrow night, and they're going to try to. I couldn't finish the sentence. We won't let that happen, Dad said firmly. We're leaving tonight. All of you's very one who's been marked. There's a place Duncan's arranged. A safe house far from here where we can regroup and figure out our next steps. We need to pack, Mom said, standing abruptly. Just essentials. 1 bag each. I'll help Michael, Dad offered, gesturing for me to follow him upstairs. As we reached my room, a thought occurred to me. Dad, if they need 13 kids for their ceremony, what happens if they can't find all of us? He paused, hand on my doorknob. They'll find others, he said grimly. There are always vulnerable children they can take, runaways, homeless kids, ones no one will miss. But they prefer the children of traitors. They believe our defiance makes you special to their God. That's sick, I muttered. Yes, Dad agreed, it is. We packed in silence for a few minutes, me shoving clothes and a few prized possessions into my school backpack, while Dad checked that the window was securely locked. Dad, I said finally, if this congregation is so dangerous, why haven't the police shut them down, or the FBI or someone? Dad sighed, sitting heavily on the edge of my bed. Because they're careful. The sacrifices happen deep in the woods, miles from any town. The children who disappear are usually accounted for, records altered, stories created, and the congregation has members everywhere. Judges, police officers, government officials. They protect each other. How big is this cult? Bigger than you'd think, Dad said. Thousands of members across the country with chapters in major cities. But the heart of it is still Raven's Hollow, where the oldest families live. I zipped up my backpack, my mind racing. What about school? Our house? Are we just disappearing forever? I don't know, Dad admitted. We thought we were safe here. We built a life. But now, he shook his head, safety comes first. We can build again somewhere else. A sudden crash from downstairs made us both jump. It sounded like breaking glass. Dad was on his feet instantly, moving to my bedroom door. Stay here, he ordered, his voice low. Lock the door behind me. Before I could protest, he was gone. I turned the lock with trembling fingers, then pressed my ear to the door, straining to hear. Muffled voices drifted up from below. Then a woman's scream, Mom. My heart hammered against my ribs. I looked around frantically, searching for something I could use as a weapon. My baseball bat leaned in the corner by my desk. I grabbed it, gripping it tightly in sweaty hands as I contemplated my options. I could stay put as Dad had ordered, or I could try to help. What if someone was hurting my parents? What if this was the congregation, come a day early? Another scream decided for me. I unlocked my door and crept into the hallway, bat raised. The voices were clearer now. Where is the boy? A man's voice, cold and authoritative. I don't know what you're talking about. Dad, trying to sound confident but fear bleeding through. Don't play games, Thomas. We know he's here. The Crow Father has marked him as one of the 13. You're not taking my son. Mom's voice fierce despite her terror. A slap echoed through the house, followed by Mom's cry of pain. Rage surged through me, overpowering my fear. I moved to the top of the stairs, peering down into the living room. 3 strangers stood there, 2 men and a woman. They wore ordinary clothes, nothing like the robes or weird garments I'd imagined cult members might wear. They could have been Enyana neighbors, teachers, people you'd pass on the street without a second glance, except for their eyes. Even from a distance, I could see something wrong in their eyes, a cold, fanatical gleam. Mom was on the floor, a red mark blooming on her cheek. Dad stood protectively in front of her, facing the intruders. Mrs. Winters was nowhere to be seen. The time for defiance is over, said the woman, her voice soft but menacing. You've evaded your duty for 13 years, but the cycle must be completed. Michael will take his rightful place among the chosen. Over my dead body, Dad growled. The woman smiled. If necessary. One of the men moved with startling speed, pulling something from his Jaquita knife, its blade glinting in the lamplight. Before I could cry out a warning, he lunged at Dad. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. Dad sidestepped, grabbing the man's arm. They struggled, crashing into the coffee table. The knife clattered to the floor. The second man joined the fight, landing a punch to Dad's jaw that sent him reeling. Mom screamed again, scrambling toward the fallen knife. The woman kicked it away, then grabbed Mom by the hair, yanking her head back. Where is he? She demanded again. Tell us now, and we'll make this quick. Mom spat in her face. I couldn't watch anymore. Without thinking, I charged down the stairs, bat raised. Leave them alone, I shouted. All heads turned toward me. For a split second, everyone froze. Michael, run! Dad yelled, using the distraction to slam his elbow into his attacker's throat. I hesitated, torn between the urge to flee and the need to help my parents. That moment of indecision cost me. The woman released Mom and moved toward me with predatory grace. Hello, Michael, she said, her smile not reaching her eyes. We've been waiting a very long time to meet you. I swung the bat wildly, but she dodged easily, closing the distance between us. Before I could react, she grabbed my arm, twisting it painfully behind my back. The bat fell from my grasp. Such spirit, she murmured near my ear. The Crow Father will be pleased. A gunshot cracked through the air. The woman jerked, her grip on me loosening. Blood bloomed on her shoulder. I scrambled away, turning to see Mrs. Ah. Winters in the kitchen doorway, a small revolver clutched in her trembling hands. Get away from him, she commanded, voice steady despite her shaking body. The wounded woman hissed in pain and rage. The 2 men paused in their assault on my father. Attention split between Mrs. Winters' gun and their injured companion. Eleanor, the woman said, pressing a hand to her bleeding shoulder. You disappoint me. Have you forgotten your vows so completely? I remember them all too well, Victoria, Mrs. Winters replied, including the one where we were promised our children would be spared. Lies, all of it. The sacrifice brings prosperity to all, Victoria insisted. Your grandson would have brought honor to your family. My grandson is dead because of your honor, Mrs. Winters spat. I won't let you take another child. She fired again, the bullet striking the wall inches from Victoria's head. Next one won't miss. Get out of this house. The 2 men exchanged glances, then looked to Victoria. She gave a slight nod, her face contorted with fury and pain. This isn't over, she told my parents. The gathering begins tomorrow at sundown. The 13 will be collected one way or another. Not my son, Dad said, blood trickling from a cut above his eye. Victoria's lips curved into a cold smile. We shall see. The 3 intruders backed toward the broken window they'd entered through, never taking their eyes off Mrs. Winters' gun. Victoria went last, pausing at the window to deliver a final message. 13 years ago, you broke faith with the congregation, she said. Now payment comes due. Run if you wish, but know this, the Crow Father sees all. His servants are everywhere. There is nowhere you can hide that we won't find you." Then they were gone, melting into the darkness beyond our yard. Mrs. Winters lowered the gun, her whole body sagging. "We need to leave. Now. They'll be back with reinforcements." Dad helped Mom to her feet, checking her injuries. "Are you okay?" She nodded, though tears streaked her face. "Michael?" she called, looking around frantically until her eyes found me huddled against the wall. "I'm fine," I managed, though my arm ached where Victoria had twisted it. "Pack the car," Mrs. Winters instructed. "They'll be watching the roads, but I know a way out through the old logging trails. Duncan's waiting for us at the rendezvous point." Dad hesitated. "Eleanor, that gun was my late husband's," she finished for him. "I never thought I'd need it, but I've kept it loaded since the first crow appeared." She checked the chamber. 3 bullets left. Let's hope we don't need them." We moved quickly after that, throwing our bags into the back of Dad's SUV, while Mom covered the broken window with a garbage bag and duct tape, a futile gesture, but one that spoke to her desperate need for normalcy in the midst of chaos. As we prepared to leave, I looked back at our house, the only home I could really remember. The porch swing where Mom and I had spent summer evenings reading together. The oak tree in the yard where Dad had built me a treehouse when I was 7. The garden Mom had cultivated so carefully, her roses just beginning to bloom. All of it would be left behind. Again, because of me. "It's not your fault," Mom said softly, as if reading my thoughts. She pulled me into a fierce hug. "None of this is your fault." I nodded against her shoulder, not trusting myself to speak. We piled into the car, Mrs. Winters in the front passenger seat giving directions while Dad drove. Mom sat in the back with me, one arm wrapped protectively around my shoulders. As we pulled away from the curb, I twisted to look out the rear window. A figure stood at the edge of our property, watching us leave. In the dim glow of the streetlight, I could just make out Victoria's face, one hand still pressed to her wounded shoulder. Even at a distance, I could feel the hatred in her gaze. She raised her blood-stained hand in a gesture that might have been a wave, but felt more like a promise. "We will find you." Mrs. Winters guided us through a maze of back streets, constantly checking the rear-view mirror for signs of pursuit. Dad drove with grim concentration, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Take the next right," Mrs. Winters instructed, then immediately left. "We need to avoid the main roads." "Where exactly are we going?" Mom asked, her arm still tight around me. "There's an old hunting cabin about 40 miles north of here," Mrs. Winters explained. "It belongs to Duncan's family. The congregation doesn't know about it." "Are you sure?" Dad's voice was tense. "They seem to know a lot." Mrs. Winters nodded. "Duncan's father bought it under a corporate name, off the books. It's as safe as anywhere can be right now." We turned onto a narrow dirt road, trees pressing close on either side. Branches scraped against the windows as we bounced over ruts and potholes. The headlights carved a tunnel through the darkness, but beyond their reach was only impenetrable black. "How much further?" Mom asked, after we'd been on the dirt road for nearly 20 minutes. "Another mile to the turnoff," Mrs. Winters replied. Then she broke off as headlights appeared in the distance behind us, twin beams cutting through the night. "Thomas," she said urgently, "drive faster." Dad accelerated, the SUV jolting violently over the uneven ground. I clutched the seat, fear a cold knot in my stomach. "Who is it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Them," Mom said, her voice tight. "They must have followed us somehow." "That's impossible," Mrs. Winters muttered. "I was so careful with the route." The pursuing vehicle was gaining on us, its headlights growing larger in the rearview mirror. Dad pushed our car to its limits, but the road was too rough for real speed. "There!" Mrs. Winters suddenly pointed to a barely visible gap in the trees. "Turn there!" Dad wrenched the wheel, and we left the dirt road for what was little more than a game trail. Branches and undergrowth scraping the sides of the car with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. The SUV's suspension groaned in protest as we bounced over exposed roots and rocks. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed our pursuers had missed the turn. Then the headlights reappeared, now angled into the trees as they followed our path. "Damn it," Dad swore, something I'd rarely heard him do. They're still on us. Mrs. Winters leaned forward, peering through the windshield. We're almost there, another quarter mile. The trail widened slightly, allowing Dad to increase our speed. The gap between us and our pursuers grew again, but not by much. There it is, Mrs. Winters said, as a structure loomed out of the darkness ahead, a large cabin built of rough-hewn logs, its windows dark. Dad brought the car to a skidding halt beside a battered pickup truck parked near the cabin's front door. Is that Duncan's? Mrs. Winters nodded, already opening her door. Everyone inside, quickly. We scrambled from the car, grabbing our bags from the back. The headlights of the pursuing vehicle were visible now, bobbing through the trees as it navigated the rough trail. The cabin door swung open before we reached it, revealing a tall, gaunt man with a shock of white hair. "Eleanor!" he exclaimed, relief evident on his lined face. "Thank God." "They're right behind us, Duncan," she replied breathlessly as she ushered us inside. "The others?" Duncan asked, closing and bolting the door once we were all in. "I don't know," Mrs. Winters admitted. "I tried calling the Kellers, but there was no answer. The Navarros were already gone from their house." Duncan nodded grimly. "The Hyases made it here an hour ago. They're upstairs with their daughter. The Holloways called. They're heading for the Canadian border." "And the others?" Dad asked. Duncan's expression darkened. No word. Outside, an engine growled as a vehicle pulled up beside our SUV. Car doors slammed. "Away from the windows," Duncan ordered, drawing a shotgun from behind the door. "Upstairs, all of you." "Duncan," Mrs. Winters began, looking at his gun. "I won't let them take another child, Eleanor," he said firmly. "Not after what they did to Jacob." The pain that flashed across Mrs. Winters' face told me Jacob must have been her grandson, the one Victoria had mentioned. "Who else is here?" Dad asked as Duncan herded us toward a staircase at the back of the large main room. "Just the Hyases and their girl," Duncan replied, "and my son Roberthi's keeping watch out back." A heavy knock at the door froze us all in place. "We know you're in there," called a familiar voice Victoria. "Come out peacefully, and no one needs to get hurt." Duncan gestured urgently for us to continue up the stairs. "Go," he whispered. "I'll handle this." Mom pulled me along, Dad following close behind. Mrs. Winters hesitated, looking torn. "Eleanor," Duncan said softly, "please." With obvious reluctance, she joined us on the stairs. Another knock, harder this time. "Last chance," Victoria called. "Send out the children, and the rest of you can live." "Go to hell," Duncan shouted back, positioning himself by a window with his shotgun ready. From upstairs came the sound of a child crying, quickly hushed. "Get to the back bedroom," Mrs. Winters instructed in a whisper. "There's a trap door to the attic. If things go badly—" She didn't finish the thought. She didn't need to. We had just reached the top of the stairs when the front door exploded inward, wood splintering as it was kicked in. Duncan fired his shotgun with a deafening boom that reverberated through the cabin. "Someone!" screamed not Duncan, one of the intruders. A second shot followed immediately. "Run!" Mrs. Winters urged, pushing us down the hallway. Behind us, more gunshots rang out, accompanied by shouts and the sound of breaking glass. I wanted to look back, to see what was happening, but Mom's grip on my arm was iron, dragging me forward. We burst into a bedroom at the end of the hall, where a man and woman I didn't recognize huddled in a corner with a girl about my age. The Hyases and their daughter, I assumed. "What's happening?" Mr. Hayes demanded, his face pale with fear. "They found us," Dad said grimly, closing the door behind us and dragging a heavy dresser in front of it. "Where's the trapdoor Eleanor mentioned?" Mrs. Hayes pointed to the ceiling in the center of the room, where a square outline was barely visible in the wooden panels. Dad stood on tiptoe, pushing at the panel. It shifted reluctantly, then swung upward into darkness. A folded ladder attached to the trapdoor came with it, extending down to the floor with a metallic rattle. "Kids first," Dad ordered. The Hayes girl shook her head, clinging to her mother. "I'm scared," she whimpered. "It's okay, Lily," her mother soothed. "We'll be right behind you." From downstairs came the sound of someone climbing the stairs, footsteps heavy and deliberate. "Now, Lily," Mr. Hayes said urgently, lifting his daughter bodily and placing her on the ladder. "Climb." Reluctantly, She began to ascend, disappearing into the darkness above. "Michael, you next," Mom said, guiding me to the ladder. I hesitated, looking at Mrs. Winters. "What about Duncan?" Pain flashed across her face. "Duncan made his choice," she said softly. "Go, child." I climbed the ladder quickly, emerging into a space that smelled of dust and forgotten things. The attic was larger than I'd expected, running the length of the cabin with a sloped ceiling that forced me to crouch. Dim moonlight filtered through a small circular window at one end, providing just enough light to make out vague shape-sold furniture draped in sheets, stacks of boxes, what looked like antique hunting gear hanging from hooks. Lily huddled near the trapdoor, her eyes wide with fear. I moved to her side, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "It'll be okay," I whispered, hoping I wasn't lying. Mom and Mrs. Hayes came next, followed by Mrs. Winters, Mr. Hayes, and finally Dad, who pulled the ladder up and closed the trapdoor quietly. "Is there a way to lock it?" he asked Duncan's mother-in-law. She shook her head. "But it's well hidden from below if the dresser is still in place." We all fell silent, listening to the sounds of conflict continuing below. More gunshots, shouted commands, the crash of furniture being overturned. Then, abruptly, silence. We waited, barely breathing, straining to hear any sound that might tell us what was happening. Footsteps moved through the house below us, searching methodically from room to room. A door opened, not ours, one further down the hall. "Check everywhere," Victoria's voice commanded. "They have to be here somewhere." More footsteps, doors opening and closing. Then, "This one's blocked from inside," a man's voice reported right below us. "Break it down," Victoria ordered. The sound of someone throwing their weight against the bedroom door echoed through the floorboards, followed by the scrape of the heavy dresser sliding slightly. "Again," Victoria instructed. Another thud, another scrape. Dad motioned for us to move away from the trapdoor, deeper into the shadows of the attic. We shuffled backward as quietly as possible, Mom and Mrs. Hayes guiding Lily, who looked on the verge of panic. Below, the assault on the door continued. With each impact, the dresser shifted a little more. It wouldn't hold forever. Mrs. Winters touched Dad's arm, then pointed to the circular window at the far end of the attic. He nodded in understanding. "We need to go," he whispered. "Through the window." "And then what?" Mrs. Hayes hissed back. "We're trapped up here. There's a balcony below the window," Mrs. Winters explained softly, "and a ladder down to the ground. It was an emergency exit Duncan's father built." A particularly loud crash from below suggested the bedroom door was about to give way. "Move," Dad urged, leading us toward the window. We crept through the attic, stepping carefully to avoid creaking boards. The window, when we reached it, was small, barely 2 feet across. Dad worked at the rusty latch, cursing under his breath when it refused to budge. Behind us, the bedroom door finally gave way with a splintering crack. Voices filled the room below, Victoria's rising above the others. "Search everything, they're here somewhere." Dad abandoned subtlety, wrenching at the window latch with all his strength. It broke free with a snap, and he pushed the window open, cool night air rushing in. "Lily first," he whispered, lifting the terrified girl toward the opening. Mr. Hayes helped guide his daughter through the tight space, her small body squeezing through more easily than an adult would. Mrs. Hayes followed, moving with surprising agility for someone so clearly frightened. "I've got something," a voice called from below. "A trapdoor in the ceiling." "Michael, go," Dad urged, practically shoving me toward the window. I scrambled through the opening, scraping my sides on the rough wooden frame. Outside, a narrow balcony wrapped around the attic level of the cabin, just as Mrs. Winters had described. Lily and her mother were already at the ladder that descended to the ground, Lily going first, with her mother just above. Behind me, the trapdoor began to rattle as someone tried to open it from below. Dad had placed a heavy box on top of it, but that wouldn't hold them for long. Mom squeezed through the window next, reaching for my hand as she found her balance on the narrow balcony. "Stay close to me," she whispered. Mrs. Winters emerged next, moving with the cautious deliberation of age. She glanced back anxiously, waiting for Dad. Inside, the trapdoor burst open with a crash. Shouts of triumph echoed in the attic space. Dad's face appeared at the window, contorted with effort as he squeezed his broader shoulders through the tight opening. "They're in here," a voice bellowed from inside the attic. "Get them!" A hand clutched at Dad's ankle as he struggled through the window. He kicked violently, connecting with something solid. A pained grunt, then the hand released him. "Go!" Dad gasped as he tumbled onto the balcony. "Down the ladder now!" We moved as quickly as we dared, the wooden ladder creaking ominously beneath our weight. Mrs. Winters went first, then Mom, then me, with Dad bringing up the rear, constantly glancing back at the window we'd escaped through. A face appeared there, a man I didn't recognize, his features twisted with rage. "They're outside," he shouted to someone behind him. "The balcony!" "Faster," Dad urged as we descended. We had nearly reached the bottom when a gunshot cracked through the night. Wood splintered near my hand, and I nearly lost my grip in shock. "Keep moving," Dad commanded. Another shot, closer this time. I heard Mom cry out, but she didn't stop climbing. The moment my feet touched the ground, Dad grabbed my arm, pulling me into a run. Ahead, Mrs. Winters was leading Mom and the Hases toward the tree line behind the cabin. The forest was dense and dark, promising concealment if we could reach it. Behind us, more shouts as our pursuers realized where we were headed. Another gunshot, this one going wide. We reached the trees, plunging into the undergrowth with desperate speed. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me with every step, but fear kept me moving. Mom ran beside me, one hand pressed to her upper arm, her face tight with pain. "You're hurt," I gasped. "Just a graze," she assured me, though her sleeve was darkening with blood. We ran deeper into the forest, following Mrs. Winters, who moved with the confidence of someone who knew these woods well. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter behind us, our head start and knowledge of the terrain giving us an advantage. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, Mrs. Winters finally slowed, signaling for us to do the same. We stopped in a small clearing, all of us gasping for breath. "Are they still following?" Mr. Hayes asked, holding his daughter close. Dad listened intently, then shook his head. "I don't think so. Not close, anyway." "What about Duncan?" Mrs. Winters asked, her voice small. "And Robert?" No one answered. The absence of Duncan and his son among us said everything. "We need to keep moving," Dad said after a moment. "They'll fan out, searching the woods." "Where to?" Mom asked, wincing as she examined the bullet graze on her arm. Mrs. Winters pointed deeper into the forest. "There's an old ranger station about 3 miles that way. It's abandoned now, but it should have first aid supplies." "Can everyone make it that far?" Dad looked pointedly at Lily, who was trembling with exhaustion and fear, and at Mom with her injured arm. "We don't have a choice," Mom replied grimly. So we continued, moving more slowly now, but still with urgency. Mrs. Hayes took off her cardigan and tore off a strip to bind Mom's wound. It wasn't deep, but it bled steadily, leaving a worrying trail of droplets behind us. "We need to cover your tracks," Mrs. Winters said, noticing the same thing. She broke off a leafy branch from a nearby bush and began sweeping it over our trail as we moved forward. The night grew colder as we trekked through the dark forest. No one spoke much, save for occasional whispered directions from Mrs. Winters or quiet words of encouragement to Lily, who was struggling to keep up. I walked beside her, trying to distract her with forced cheerfulness about ridiculous things, what animal she would be if she could choose, what superpower she'd want, anything to keep her mind off our situation. "I'd be a bird," she whispered back at one point, "so I could fly away from here." I couldn't disagree with that logic. The ranger station appeared suddenly through the trees, a small, weathered cabin perched on the edge of a cliff that dropped away into darkness. A panoramic view in daylight, no doubt, but now just an abyss. "Stay here," Dad said, motioning for us to wait at the tree line while we approached the cabin cautiously. He circled it once, peering through windows, before signaling that it was clear. Inside, the station was a single room with basic amenities: a desk, a few chairs, a small kitchenette, and a cot in one corner. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. "When was the last time anyone was here?" Mom asked, eyeing the cobwebs that draped from the ceiling. "Years," Mrs. Winters replied, moving immediately to a cabinet marked with a faded red cross. The Forest Service shut it down due to budget cuts. She rummaged through the cabinet, producing a first aid kit that looked almost as old as the cabin itself. This will have to do. While Mrs. Winters tended to Mom's arm, Dad and Mr. Hayes secured the cabin, checking that all windows were latched and positioning furniture in front of the single door. "What now?" I asked, watching as Mrs. Winters wrapped a fresh bandage around Mom's arm. "We can't stay here forever." "Just until morning," Dad said, though he sounded uncertain. "We need daylight to navigate safely." "And then what?" Mrs. Hayes demanded, her earlier composure cracking. "Where do we go? They found us at the first cabin. What's to stop them from finding us here?" "They won't expect us to still be in the forest," Dad reasoned. "They'll assume we're trying to get as far away as possible." "Which is exactly what we should be doing," Mrs. Hayes insisted, her voice rising. "Shh," Mr. Hayes cautioned, glancing at Lily, who had curled up on the cot, finally succumbing to exhaustion. Mrs. Hayes lowered her voice, but continued just as intensely. "This isn't sustainable, Thomas. We're running without a plan, without supplies, with an injured woman and a frightened child. They need to call off this hunt." "And how do you suggest we make that happen?" Dad asked wearily. "The congregation has been planning this for 13 years. They won't stop until they have their 13 children." A horrible thought occurred to me. "But what if they don't need all 13 of us specifically?" I asked, my voice sounding small even to my own ears. "What if they just need 13 kids? Any 13? The adults exchanged uneasy glances. "Michael's right, Mrs. Winters said slowly. "The congregation prefers the children of traitors for symbolic reasons, but the ceremony requires 13 children, regardless of origin. So if they can't find all of us," Mom began, "they'll take others to make up the number," Mrs. Winters finished grimly. The implications hung heavy in the air. Every minute we successfully evaded capture potentially doomed another child to take our place. "That's not our responsibility," Mr. Hayes said, his jaw tight. "Our job is to protect our own." No one disagreed, but I could see the moral weight of it settling on my parents' shoulders. They'd fled the congregation to save me, but in doing so, had they condemned others. "Tomorrow," Dad said, breaking the tense silence, "we head north. Duncan was planning to get us across the Canadian border. His son has contacts there, people who can help us disappear." "If he's still alive," Mrs. Hayes murmured. Mrs. Winters flinched, but said nothing. "We should try to rest," Mom suggested, moving to sit beside me. "We'll need our strength." Rest seemed impossible under the circumstances, but we all recognized the wisdom in it. We arranged ourselves as comfortably as possible in the small cabin. Lily remained on the cot, while the rest of us made do with the hard floor, cushioned only by a few musty emergency blankets Mrs. Winters found in a storage locker. Dad insisted on taking the first watch, positioning himself by the window with Mrs. Winters' revolver close at hand. The others gradually drifted into uneasy sleep, exhaustion overcoming fear. I lay beside Mom, listening to her breathing, feeling the reassuring warmth of her body next to mine. Despite my racing thoughts, my eyelids grew heavy, and I slipped into a fitful doze. Dreams came, vivid and disturbing. I stood in a forest clearing under a blood-red moon. 13 stone altars formed a circle around a central pyre, where flames flickered with unnatural colors: purple, green, blue. On each altar lay a child, motionless, faces obscured by crow masks. I moved among them, drawn to one altar in particular. As I approached, the child wearing the crow mask turned its head to look at me. Slowly, it reached up and removed the mask, revealing my own face beneath, eyes black and bottomless as the night sky. "You can't escape," my doppelganger whispered. "The Crowfather has called you. The cycle must be completed." I woke with a strangled gasp, heart hammering in my chest. The cabin was dark, moonlight casting long shadows through the windows. Everyone else appeared to be asleep, including Dad, who had slumped against the wall near the window, the gun still clutched loosely in his hand. Something had woken me, but what? Then I heard Ita's soft, rhythmic tapping at the window nearest the cot where Lily slept. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up slowly, squinting through the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then a shadow moved against the glass, a bird, pecking at the window, a crow. As my eyes adjusted, I realized it wasn't alone. Crows perched on every windowsill, their dark shapes silhouetted against the night sky. Dozens of them, perfectly still save for the one tapping at the glass. Cold dread washed over me. I remembered Victoria's words, "The Crowfather sees all. His servants are everywhere." I scrambled to my feet, intending to wake Dad, when a new sound froze me, in place the soft creak of the cabin's door, the scrape of furniture being carefully pushed aside. Someone was coming in. I darted to Dad's side, shaking him frantically. "Dad," I hissed, "wake up." His eyes flew open, instantly alert. He started to speak, but I pressed a finger to my lips, pointing toward the door. The barricade we'd created was moving, inch by inch, as someone pushed from the outside. Dad raised the revolver, aiming at the widening gap. "Everyone up," he called out, his voice cutting through the stillness. "They found us." Mom jerked awake, reaching for me instinctively. The Hyacinths scrambled to their feet, Mr. Hayes pulling Lily behind him protectively. Miss Winters appeared remarkably calm as she rose, her eyes fixed on the door. "Back window," Dad ordered, gesturing with the gun. "Go now. I'll hold them off." "Thomas," Mom began, her voice breaking. "I'll be right behind you," he promised. "Go." Mom grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the rear of the cabin, where a small window overlooked the cliff edge. Mr. Hayes was already there, working to unlatch it. The furniture blocking the door suddenly crashed aside, and the door burst open. A figure stood silhouetted against the night, sky-tall and lean, with something odd about the shape of its head. Dad fired, the gunshot deafening in the confined space. The figure staggered but didn't fall. Instead, it let out a sound that no human throat could make, a harsh, guttural caw that sent shivers down my spine. "It's not human," Mrs. Winters gasped, backing away. The figure stepped into the cabin, and moonlight revealed what had seemed odd about its head. It wore a mask or headdress made of crow feathers, the beak protruding where a nose should be. Behind it, more similarly attired figures poured through the door. "The window!" Dad shouted, firing again. Mr. Hayes finally forced the window open. "Lily, go," he urged, lifting his daughter toward the opening. "But the cliff," she protested. "There's a ledge," he assured her. "Just a drop of a few feet. Go." She wriggled through the window and disappeared from view. Mrs. Hayes followed quickly, then Mom. "Michael," Dad called, "your turn." I moved toward the window, but froze as one of the crow-masked intruders lunged at Dad. He fired his third shot, the last bullet in Mrs. Winters' revolver catching the attacker in the chest. They collapsed, but two more took their place. "Go," Dad roared, swinging the empty gun like a club. I scrambled through the window, dropping onto a narrow ledge that circled the cabin. Mom grabbed me, steadying me against the sheer drop beyond. "Where do we go?" I gasped, looking in both directions along the ledge. It was only about 2 feet wide, barely enough to stand on. "There," Mom pointed to where the ledge widened into a rough trail descending the cliff face. "That way." We inched along the ledge, backs pressed against the cabin wall. Inside, we could hear the sounds of struggle crashes, grunts, Dad's voice raised in defiance. Mr. Hayes went first, helping Lily navigate the treacherous path. Mrs. Hayes followed, then Mom, then me. Mrs. Winters brought up the rear, moving with surprising sureness despite her age. "What about Dad?" I asked Mom, glancing back at the cabin where the sounds of conflict continued. "He'll come," she said with a confidence I wished I could believe. "Keep moving." The path down the cliff was steep and unstable, loose rocks skittering away beneath our feet to vanish into the darkness below. We moved slowly, each step taken with care, guided only by the faint moonlight. Above us, a window shattered. We looked up to see a figure tumbling from the cabanon of the crow-masked attackers, arms flailing as they plummeted past us. The sickening crack echoed from below when they hit the ground. "Faster," Mrs. Winters urged. We picked up our pace as much as the treacherous path allowed. Another crash from above, another broken window, but this time no falling figure. Instead, a familiar voice called out, "Elizabeth, Michael." Dad, alive and apparently free, leaning from the window. "Thomas," Mom called back, "down here." "I'm coming," he shouted. "Wait for me at the bottom." Moments later, he appeared on the ledge, moving quickly to catch up with us. His face was bloodied, his clothing torn, but he was alive. "Are you hurt?" Mom asked when he reached us. "Nothing serious," he assured her. "But we need to keep moving." I barricaded the door again, but it won't hold them for long. We continued our descent, the cliff face becoming less steep as we neared the bottom. Trees loomed below, their canopy hiding whatever lay beneath. "What were those things?" I asked Dad as we climbed. "They didn't look human." "They were human," he replied grimly, "just changed. The inner circle of the congregation undergo rituals that are supposed to bring them closer to the Crow Father, make them more like his sacred animal." "You mean they try to become crows?" I asked, incredulous. "In a way," Dad said. "It's symbolic, mostly the masks, the robes. But there are also procedures, modifications. They cut out their tongues," Mrs. Winters added from behind us. "Replace them with artificial ones carved from bone to help them make the sounds of crows. Some have their fingers fused together to resemble talons. The most devoted undergo more extensive changes." I shuddered, suddenly understanding why the figure's cry had sounded so inhuman. We reached the bottom of the cliff, stepping into the shadow of the trees. Dawn was approaching, the sky lightening almost imperceptibly in the east. "Which way?" Mom asked, looking around at the unfamiliar forest. Mrs. Winters pointed north, that direction for about 5 miles. "There's a highway. If we can reach it, perhaps we can flag down help." "And if the congregation has people watching the highway?" Mr. Hayes asked. "Then we're no worse off than we are now," Dad said with grim logic. "Let's go." We set off through the pre-dawn forest, moving as quickly as fatigue and rough terrain allowed. Above us, crows circled in growing numbers, their harsh calls following us like an accusation or a summons. Daylight brought little comfort as we trudged through the endless forest. Our pace had slowed, exhaustion dragging at every step. Lily had to be carried, first by her father, then by Dad when Mr. Hayes' strength began to fail. Mom's injured arm had started bleeding again, the bandage soaked through with alarming redness. "We need to rest," Mrs. Hayes insisted as the sun climbed toward noon. "Just for a little while." "Not yet," Mrs. Winters urged. "We're close to the highway. I can feel it." But another hour of walking brought us no closer to civilization, only deeper into the wilderness. The forest seemed to close in around us, trees growing more densely packed, underbrush more tangled and difficult to navigate. "I don't understand," Mrs. Winters muttered, looking around in confusion. "We should have reached it by now." "We're lost," Mrs. Hayes said, voicing what we all feared. "No," Mrs. Winters insisted. "I know these woods. I've hunted them with Duncan for years. The highway is this way." "Maybe we got turned around," Dad suggested gently. Mrs. Winters shook her head stubbornly. "No, it's—" She broke off, staring at something ahead. We all followed her gaze. A clearing had appeared through the trees, perfectly circular, as if carved deliberately from the forest. In its center stood a large stone knot, a natural boulder, but a shaped monolith, covered in strange symbols that seemed to crawl across its surface if you looked at them too long. "No," Mrs. Winters whispered, her face draining of color. "It can't be." "What is it?" Mom asked. "A wayfinder stone," Mrs. Winters replied, her voice hollow. "The congregation uses them for rituals and to manipulate the forest paths." "Manipulate how?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know the answer. "The stones bend space," she explained. "Make paths longer or shorter, lead travelers in circles or to specific destinations." I should have realized. She closed her eyes in despair. "We're not lost. We're being herded." A chill ran through me despite the warmth of the day. "Herded where?" "To the gathering place," Dad answered, his face grim with understanding. "They're bringing us right to them." Then we go another way, Mr. Hayes declared, turning on his heel. Any direction but this one. It won't work, Mrs. Winters said wearily. Not while the stones are active. We'll just find ourselves back here, or at another stone. The woods themselves are working against us now. So we're trapped? Mom asked, clutching my hand tightly. Not entirely, Mrs. Winters said thoughtfully. The stones can be deactivated, temporarily. How? Dad demanded. Mrs. Winters approached the monolith cautiously. Blood, she said simply. The blood of someone who was once part of the congregation. It interrupts the connection to the Crowfather. Without hesitation, she pressed her hand against her wounded shoulder, where Victoria's bullet had grazed her the night before. Her fingers came away red. She approached the stone and carefully traced one of the symbols with her bloodied fingertip. The effect was immediate and unsettling. The air around the stone seemed to ripple, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. The symbols stopped their subtle movement, becoming static marks on cold stone. It's done, Mrs. Winters said, stepping back. But not for long. An hour, perhaps less. Which way to the highway? Dad asked. The real way, not where they were leading us. Mrs. Winters pointed east, opposite from the direction we'd been traveling. That way, no more than 2 miles. We need to hurry. We set off again, renewed urgency in our steps despite our exhaustion. The forest seemed different, now less oppressive, more natural. Birds other than crows could be heard singing in the branches. Sunlight filtered through in dappled patterns, rather than the perpetual gloom we'd been walking through. It's working, Mom murmured beside me. We're breaking free of their influence. I wished I could share her optimism, but something felt wrong. A prickling sensation at the base of my neck, like we were being watched. I kept glancing behind us, half expecting to see crow-masked figures pursuing, but the trail remained empty. The forest began to thin, trees spaced farther apart, underbrush less dense. And ahead, through the trunks, I caught glimpses of something that made my heart leap in open space, the glint of sunlight on metal. The highway, Dad said, relief evident in his voice. We made it. We quickened our pace, breaking into a stumbling run as the trees gave way to a wide grassy verge. Beyond it stretched a 2-lane highway, empty in both directions, but gloriously, undeniably real. Now what? Mr. Hayes asked, setting Lily down gently. We can't just stand here hoping for a friendly driver. We walk, Dad decided, pointing to a green highway sign visible in the distance. There's a town 12 miles that way. 12 miles? Mrs. Hayes echoed, dismay in her voice. In our condition? We don't have to walk all the way, Dad said. Just until we find help or reach a call box. It wasn't ideal, but it was our only option. We set off along the highway's shoulder, keeping to the grass where possible to avoid being too exposed. The sun beat down mercilessly, a stark contrast to the filtered light of the forest. Within minutes, sweat soaked through our already dirty clothes, and thirst became a pressing concern. I should have looked for water at the ranger station, Dad muttered, casting worried glances at Lily, who was showing signs of dehydration. We'd gone perhaps a mile when the distant rumble of an engine broke the silence. We all turned, squinting against the sun at an approaching vehicle, a large pickup truck, moving fast. Flag it down, Mrs. Hayes urged. Dad stepped toward the road, arm raised, but Mrs. Winters grabbed him. Wait, she cautioned. Look. The truck was slowing as it approached, but there was something wrong about it, about the driver. Even at a distance, I could see the distinctive silhouette of a crow-masked head behind the wheel. Run, Dad shouted, pushing me toward the tree line. Back into the forest. We sprinted for the trees, panic giving us speed we didn't know we still possessed. Behind us, tires screeched as the truck pulled onto the shoulder. We plunged back into the forest, crashing through underbrush without regard for noise or direction, driven solely by the need to escape. But we'd barely gone 100 yards when another sound reached use engines, approaching from multiple directions. They're surrounding us, Mrs. Winters gasped. We stumbled to a halt in a small clearing, listening to the vehicles converging on our position. Mom pulled me close, her arm around my shoulders in a protective gesture that felt heartbreakingly futile. "What do we do?" she asked, looking to Dad. For the first time since this nightmare began, I saw true defeat in my father's eyes. He shook his head, wordless. "We split up," Mrs. Winters said suddenly. "Thomas, Elizabeth, take Michael and head west. The Haces and I will go east. Create a diversion." "No," Dad protested. "We stay together." "They want the children," Mrs. Winters insisted. "That's all that matters to them. If we separate, we double their chances of survival." "She's right," Mr. Hayes said reluctantly, holding Lily's hand tightly. "It's our only chance." Dad looked torn, but the sound of people crashing through the underbrush getting closer by the second made the decision for him. "Be careful," he told Mrs. Winters, clasping her hand briefly. "You too," she replied. Then to me, "Run fast, child. Don't look back." Before I could respond, she turned and hurried away, the Hyacinths and Lily following. They disappeared into the trees, heading east as planned. "Let's go," Dad said, taking Mom's hand with his right and mine with his left. "And remember what Eleanor said, don't look back." We ran west, moving as quietly as possible while still maintaining speed. The sounds of pursuit seemed to split, some following us, some following the others. The diversion was working, at least partially. We'd been running for perhaps 5 minutes when gunshots echoed through the forestry in rapid succession, then silence. We froze, listening. "The Heises?" Mom whispered, her face pale. Dad shook his head. "No way to know. Keep moving." We pressed on, but more slowly now, energy flagging. The forest grew denser again, the trees closing in. With a sinking feeling, I realized what was happening. "Dad," I said, pointing ahead. Through the trees, another clearing was visible, another wayfinder stone. "The blood magic didn't last," Dad muttered. "They've got control of the forest again." "So we're back to being herded," Mom said, despair evident in her voice. Dad nodded grimly. "And this time, I don't think we can stop it." "Then what do we do?" I asked, looking between my parents. Dad was silent for a long moment, his expression troubled. Then, seemingly coming to a decision, he knelt before me, placing his hands on my shoulders. "Michael," he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes, "I need you to listen carefully. Your mother and I are going to create a diversion, just like Eleanor and the Hyacinths did. While we lead them away, you need to hide." "No," I protested immediately. "We stay together." "Listen to me," he insisted. "The congregation wants you and the other children. If they catch us all, they'll take you for the ceremony. But if you can hide, survive until morning." "The ceremony must begin at sunset tonight," Mom explained, kneeling beside Dad. "All 13 children must be in place as the sun goes down. If they don't have you by then, the cycle is broken," Dad finished. "They'll have to wait another 13 years to try again." "But what about you?" I asked, my voice breaking. "What happens to you if they catch you?" The look my parents exchanged told me everything I needed to know. "No," I said again, more firmly. "I won't let you sacrifice yourselves for me." "It's not a sacrifice," Mom said softly, touching my cheek. "It's what parents do. We protect our children, no matter the cost." "There has to be another way," I insisted. "If there was, we'd take it," Dad said simply. "But we're out of options, Michael. Out of time." He was right, and I knew it. The sounds of pursuit were getting closer again. Soon, they'd be upon us. "How do I hide?" I asked, fighting back tears. "Where?" Dad pointed to a massive oak tree nearby. Its trunk split near the base to form a narrow cavity. "In there. It's not perfect, but it's the best we've got. Once they've gone past, following us, you wait until full dark, then head toward the highway again. Find help. Tell them everything." I nodded, though the thought of being alone in these woods, with night falling and the congregation hunting me, was almost too terrifying to contemplate. Mom hugged me fiercely, tears streaming down her face. "I love you," she whispered, "more than anything in this world." "I love you too," I choked out. Dad embraced us both, creating a brief sanctuary of family amidst the horror. "Be brave," he told me. "You're stronger than you know." Then they were pulling away, Mom wiping tears from her face. Dad checking that the path was clear. "Go," he urged, pointing to the oak. "Now, while there's time." I ran to the tree, squeezing into the narrow cavity. It was a tight fit, but I managed to tuck myself entirely inside, hidden from casual view. From my position, I could just see my parents through a small gap. They stood for a moment, looking toward my hiding place, though I knew they couldn't see me. Then Dad took Mom's hand, and they ran, deliberately making noise to attract attention. "This way," Dad shouted, his voice carrying through the forest. "Hurry!" Their plan worked almost immediately. Shouts responded from multiple directions, and dark figures converged on their position. None approached my tree. I watched, heart in my throat, as my parents ran, leading the pursuit away from me. They disappeared into the trees, the crow-masked cultists following close behind. The sounds of the chase faded, leaving me alone in eerie silence. I remained motionless in my hiding place, afraid that the slightest movement might reveal my presence. Time passed with agonizing slowness. The patch of sky visible through the tree canopy darkened from blue to orange to purple as sunset approached. The moment my parents had been so afraid of the start of the ceremony. Had they escaped? Had they been captured? Were they even still alive? The questions tormented me as I huddled in the cramped space, muscles cramping, throat parched with thirst. Just when I'd convinced myself it was safe to emerge, to begin my journey back to the highway, a sound froze me in place. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching my tree. I held my breath, pressing deeper into the cavity. The footsteps stopped directly in front of my hiding place. Through the narrow gap, I could see a pair of ordinary hiking boots, caked with mud and forest debris. "I know you're in there, Michael," said a voice I recognized with a jolt of terror. "Victoria, there's no point in hiding any longer." I remained silent, hoping against hope that she was bluffing. "Your parents fought bravely," she continued conversationally. "Quite impressive, really. Your father managed to injure 2 of our brothers before we subdued him. Your mother broke someone's nose." A pause. "They're alive for now. Their fate depends on you." Still, I didn't move. It could be a trick, a lie to lure me out. Victoria sighed, as if disappointed by my stubbornness. "The others have all been collected. Lily Hayes, the Navarro girl, the Holloway boy, even the ones who fled farther, we found them all. You're the last." My mind raced. If she was telling the truth, that meant they had 12 of the 13 children they needed. Just one more me and their ceremony could proceed. "The sun is setting, Michael," Victoria said, her voice taking on an edge of urgency. "If you come willingly, your parents live, continue to hide, and they die painfully in front of you once we dig you out of that tree. Because make no mistake, we will find you. The only question is whether your parents are alive to see it." I closed my eyes, weighing my options. If I surrendered, my parents might be spared, though I had no reason to trust Victoria's word. If I remained hidden until after sunset, the ceremony would be delayed by 13 years, potentially saving 12 other children from whatever fate awaited them. But my parents would die. That much I believe. 10 seconds, Michael," Victoria called. "Then the offer expires." I thought of all we'd been through to escape this moment, fleeing our home, running through the night, fighting against forces I barely understood. My parents had sacrificed everything to protect me. Could I do any less for them? 5 seconds. But it wasn't just about us anymore. 12 other children waited at the gathering place, facing a horror my parents had fled 13 years ago. If I surrendered, I doomed them too. "Time's up," Victoria announced coldly. "Their blood is on your hands." "Wait," I called, my voice cracking from disuse and fear. "I'm coming out." I squeezed out of the tree cavity, emerging into the twilight forest to face Victoria. She stood alone, no mask, dressed in hiking clothes that would have looked perfectly normal if not for the bloodstains on the sleeves. Her shoulder was bandaged, where Mrs. Winters had shot her. "Wise choice," she said, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Though later than I would have liked. We'll need to hurry." "My parents," I said, standing as tall as I could despite my trembling legs. "You'll let them go?" "They'll live," Victoria confirmed. "Beyond that, I make no promises." It wasn't the assurance I wanted, but it was all I was likely to get. I nodded reluctantly. "This way," she instructed, pointing deeper into the forest. "The gathering place isn't far." As we walked, the forest around us changed subtly. The trees grew more ancient, their trunks twisted into unnatural shapes. Crows perched on every branch, watching our progress with glittering eyes that seemed too intelligent, too aware. The air grew thick and oppressive, carrying a scent I couldn't identify, something ancient and metallic, like old blood and tarnished silver. "What will happen to me?" I asked, struggling to keep pace with Victoria's long strides. "You'll be prepared," she replied without looking back. "Purified for the offering." "You mean killed?" I said flatly. She glanced over her shoulder, eyebrow raised. "Death is merely a transition, Michael. The 13 who are chosen continue to exist in a different form. They become vessels for the Crow Father's power, conduits through which he blesses the congregation." "That's insane," I muttered. "Is it?" Victoria stopped suddenly, turning to face me. "Tell me, in the time you've been running, have you noticed anything unusual about the forest? The way paths seem to change? The way crows gather and watch? The way day and night behave differently than they should?" I remained silent, unwilling to acknowledge the impossible things I'd witnessed. "The Crow Father is real," she continued, her eyes gleaming with fervent belief. "His power flows through this land, through all of us who serve him. For 13 years, that power has been diminishing because the cycle was broken. Tonight, we restore it." "By murdering children," I said, unable to keep the disgust from my voice. Victoria's expression hardened. "By fulfilling our covenant, the price of power is sacrifice. That has always been true." She grabbed my arm, fingers digging in painfully, and propelled me forward. "Enough talk. We're nearly there." We walked for another 10 minutes, the forest growing darker and stranger around us, the trees thin, and ahead I could see a large clearing bathed in the orange glow of torchlight. Standing stones formed a rough circle around the perimeter, each carved with the same unsettling symbols I'd seen on the Wayfinder stone. Victoria led me toward an opening between two of the megaliths. As we passed through, I felt a tingling sensation wash over my skin, like walking through a curtain of static electricity. The clearing beyond was crowded with people, hundreds of them, far more than I'd expected. Some wore the crow masks I'd seen before, but most were dressed in ordinary clothes, looking like teachers or doctors or office workers. Normal people, except for the fanatic light in their eyes as they watched Victoria lead me into their midst. In the center of the clearing stood 13 stone altars arranged in a circle around a central fire pit where flames already leaped high, casting writhing shadows across the assembled congregation. On 12 of the altars lay still forms children, boys and girls, their wrists and ankles bound with rope. Some struggled against their restraints, others lay motionless, perhaps drugged or simply paralyzed with fear. And standing between two of the altars, guarded by masked figures but otherwise unrestrained, were my parents. "Mom! Dad!" I cried, breaking free from Victoria's grip and running toward them. The guards made no move to stop me as I threw myself into my parents' arms. They embraced me fiercely, as if they could somehow shield me from what was to come through sheer force of will. "I'm sorry," I sobbed against Dad's chest. "She said they'd kill you if I didn't come." "It's okay," Dad murmured, stroking my hair. "You did what you thought was right." "We're together," Mom added, her voice steady despite the tears in her eyes. "That's what matters." A slow clapping sound broke our reunion. Victoria stood watching us, a cold smile on her face. "How touching," she remarked. "The family reunited one last time. You said they'd live if I surrendered," I reminded her, fear and anger battling within me. "And so they shall," she agreed. "For now, their ultimate fate depends on your cooperation in the ceremony." She gestured to the final empty altar. "It's time, Michael. Take your place." Dad's arms tightened around me. "No," he said firmly. "You'll have to kill me first." "That can be arranged," Victoria replied evenly. She nodded to the guards, who stepped forward, grabbing my parents and pulling them away from me. "Stop," I shouted. "I'll do it." Just don't hurt them." Victoria smiled, as if my capitulation pleased her. "Wise beyond your years. Come." I looked at my parents one last time, Mom's tear-streaked face, Dad's expression of helpless rage, then followed Victoria to the empty altar. It was cold, stone, rectangular and slightly concave, like a shallow trough. Ancient stains darkened its surface, and I didn't want to think about what had caused them. "Lie down," Victoria instructed. With one last glance at my parents, I obeyed, the stone cold against my back. Immediately, rough hands secured my wrists and ankles with coarse rope, binding me to metal rings set into the altar's corners. The ropes bit into my skin as I tested them, finding no give. A murmur ran through the assembled crowd as the 13th child me was secured in place. The ceremony could now begin. From the edge of the clearing emerged a new figure, distinguished from the others by his elaborate headdress, not a simple crow mask, but a full crown of feathers, beaks, and talons that made his head appear twice its normal size. He wore robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver symbols that caught the firelight as he moved. Where his hands should have been, twisted appendages protruded from his sleeves, fingers fused and elongated to resemble talons, the nails grown long and curved. "The Crowfather welcomes his children home," the figure intoned, his voice a rasping caw that carried easily over the now silent crowd. After 13 years of patience, the cycle resumed. He moved to the central fire, raising his talon hands toward the flames. "Let the purification begin. Bring forth the first." Two masked attendants approached one of the altars, the one holding a small boy, younger than me, perhaps 8 or 9. As they untied him, he began to scream, thrashing against their hold. They carried him, still struggling, to the fire, where the high priest waited. I couldn't see clearly what happened next, but the boy's screams took on a new quality, pain mixed with his terror. When the attendants returned him to his altar, his face was marked with black streaks, like tear tracks made of ash. One by one, each child was taken to the fire, marked in some way, then returned to their altar. I watched in horrified fascination, noting that each marking was different symbols drawn on foreheads, cheeks, or hands. Some children fought. Others seemed too terrified or drugged to resist. A few appeared to be in some kind of trance, their eyes vacant as they were led back and forth. All the while, the congregation chanted in a language I didn't recognize, the sound rising and falling like the calls of crows in flight. Finally, it was my turn. The attendants approached my altar, untying my wrists and ankles, but keeping a firm grip on my arms as they led me toward the high priest and the fire. Up close, I could see that the man's face behind the elaborate headdress was distorted, his features reshaped through what must have been painful procedures. His nose had been altered to resemble a beak, the cartilage restructured and skin stretched tight. His eyes, unnaturally large, reflected the firelight like pools of oil. "The last," he rasped, looking at me with those inhuman eyes. "The one who is hidden, the one who is sought. The circle is complete." He dipped his talon hand into a bowl held by another attendant. It came away coated in a black substance, not ash as I'd thought, but something thicker, more like paint or tar. "The mark of the chosen," the high priest declared, reaching toward my face. I jerked back instinctively, but the attendants held me firmly in place. The taloned fingers touched my forehead, burning cold against my skin. The high priest drew a symbol I couldn't see, but could feel 3 connected curves forming what might have been a stylized crow in flight. "You are sealed to the service of the Crowfather," he intoned. "Your essence will feed his power." As he spoke these words, a strange sensation washed over me, a dizzying lightness, as if something essential was being drawn out of my body through the mark on my forehead. My vision blurred, sounds becoming distant and distorted. The chanting of the congregation seemed to enter my mind directly, bypassing my ears to echo inside my skull. I was barely aware of being led back to my altar and secured once more. The world had taken on a dreamlike quality, everything moving too slowly or too quickly. The fire in the center of the circle seemed to have faces in hundreds of them, writhing and shifting, watching with hungry eyes. "The vessels are prepared," the high priest announced, his voice cutting through the fog in my mind. "As the sun vanishes, Let their light be extinguished, so that the Crow Father's power may be reborn. From the crowd stepped 12 more masked figures, each carrying a curved knife with a black blade. They positioned themselves beside the altars, one for each child. I saw my parents struggling against their captors, shouting words I couldn't make out through the buzzing in my ears. The man beside my altar raised his knife, the blade catching the last rays of the setting sun as it dipped below the horizon. From darkness to darkness, the high priest intoned. From life to beyond life, we offer these 13 souls to renew our covenant. The knife wielders tensed, preparing to strike. Then, without warning, a gunshot cracked through the chanting. The high priest staggered, clutching at his chest where a dark stain was spreading rapidly across his ornate robes. He looked down at his hands, now red with his own blood, then collapsed beside the fire. Chaos erupted in the clearing. More gunshots rang out from the surrounding forest. Several of the knife wielders fell. The congregation scattered in panic, some running for the perimeter of the clearing, others dropping to the ground for cover. Through the confusion, I saw figures emerging from between the standing stones people wearing tactical gear, carrying weapons, moving with the precision of trained professionals. FBI! Someone shouted. Everyone on the ground. Now! Relief washed over me, so powerful it brought tears to my eyes. Help had come. Somehow, impossibly, help had come. The cultists nearest my altar fled, abandoning their positions. No one remained to guard me, but I was still securely tied, unable to escape on my own. A figure in tactical gear approached, face obscured by a helmet and visor. They surveyed the altars quickly, then began cutting the ropes binding the nearest child. Help's coming, they assured each child as they moved from altar to altar. You're safe now. When they reached me, I recognized the voice, despite the gear. Mrs. Winters? She paused in cutting my restraints, pushing up her visor to reveal a face lined with exhaustion but bright with triumph. Hello, Michael. How? I asked as she freed my wrists, then moved to my ankles. I wasn't always Eleanor Winters, retired school teacher, she explained, working quickly. Before I married Duncan, I was Agent Eleanor Reyes. I spent 20 years with the Bureau, investigating cult activity. She helped me sit up, steadying me when dizziness threatened to topple me back onto the altar. I went undercover in the congregation decades ago. When I discovered what they were planning, the sacrifices, I tried to stop them from within, failed. So Duncan and I helped as many families escape as we could. You were the one who helped my parents flee? I asked, pieces falling into place. She nodded. Your father was my informant inside the inner circle. When he came to me, terrified for his unborn child for you, I knew we had to get your family out. Around us, FBI agents were subduing cultists, freeing children, and securing the perimeter. I searched frantically for my parents. Where are they? I asked Mrs. Winters. My mom and dad, I don't see them. Her expression turned grim. In the confusion, some of the cultists took hostages. Your parents among them. They're headed for the caves on the other side of the ridge. That's where they conduct the final part of the ritual. We have to go after them, I insisted, trying to stand despite my shaking legs. We will, she assured me, gripping my shoulders to steady me, but you need to stay here where it's safe. Let us handle this. No, I said firmly. They came for me. They risked everything for me. I need to be there. Mrs. Winters studied my face, seeing something there that made her hesitate. You're just like your father, she sighed finally, stubborn to the core. She helped me to my feet, supporting me when I swayed. Stay close to me, she instructed. Do exactly as I say. If I tell you to run, you run. Understand? I nodded, determination pushing away the lingering effects of whatever the high priest had done to me. As we moved toward the edge of the clearing, Mrs. Winters spoke into a radio clipped to her shoulder. This is Reyes. I've got the Callahan boy. We're heading to the cave system to assist with the hostage situation. Send backup when you can. A crackling voice responded, Negative, Reyes. Too dangerous. Bring the boy to the evacuation point. No time, she replied curtly, then switched off the radio before further arguments could come through. She led me between the standing stones and back into the forest, now dark except for the moon's pale light filtering through the canopy. In the distance, I could hear shouting, crashing through underbrush the sounds of pursuit. "This way," Mrs. Winters whispered, guiding me onto a barely visible trail that wound uphill toward a rocky ridge looming against the night sky. "The caves are just beyond the summit." We climbed in silence, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. Mrs. Winters seemed to know exactly where she was going, never hesitating at forks in the path. The mark on my forehead still burned cold, and occasionally my vision would swim, the forest around me seeming to shift and warp. But Mrs. Winters' firm grip on my arm kept me grounded, focused on putting one foot in front of the other. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we crested the ridge. Below us spread a moonlit valley, its floor dominated by a dark opening in the rock face opposite the cave entrance. "There," Mrs. Winters pointed to a cluster of figures moving toward the cave. Even at this distance, I recognized my parents among them, flanked by crow-masked cultists. Victoria led the group, her wounded shoulder apparently not slowing her down. "What's the plan?" I asked, my mouth dry with fear. Mrs. Winters withdrew a handgun from a holster at her side. "I get as close as I can, create a diversion. When their attention is diverted, you circle around and help your parents slip away in the confusion. There's a trail that leads back to where the FBI has set up a command post." She pointed to a barely visible path winding down the side of the valley. "Take that. Don't stop for anything." It wasn't much of a plan, and we both knew it. But time was running out. The cultists had nearly reached the cave entrance. "Let's go," I said, starting down the ridge toward the valley floor. Mrs. Winters followed, moving with remarkable agility for her age. We descended quickly, using trees and rocks for cover as we approached the cave. The cultists had disappeared inside, taking my parents with them. "Follow the wall," Mrs. Winters instructed in a whisper. "Stay in the shadows. I'll circle around and approach from the other side." I nodded, then watched as she melted into the darkness, moving like someone half her age. Taking a deep breath, I began edging along the rocky wall toward the cave entrance, keeping low and silent. As I neared the mouth of the cave, voices drifted out echoing, distorted, but recognizable. Victoria's cold tones, the harsh caws of the masked cultists, and, heart-wrenchingly, my mother's voice raised in defiance. "You failed," she was saying. "The ceremony is disrupted. The FBI is here. It's over, Victoria." "Nothing is over," Victoria replied, her voice eerily calm. "The sun has set. The 13 have been marked. The essence has begun to flow. All that remains is to complete the vessel." "The vessel?" My father's voice now, strained but steady. "What are you talking about?" "Such ignorance," Victoria sighed. "Even after all these years in the inner circle, you understood so little, Thomas. The 13 children are not the sacrifice, they are the conduit. Their essence feeds the creation of the vessel that will house the Crowfather's consciousness in this world." A chill ran through me at her words. This was something new, something even my parents hadn't known about. "And what is this vessel?" Dad demanded. "Who?" Victoria corrected. "Not what. The vessel is a who, one chosen from among the most faithful, to bear the Crowfather's spirit within their mortal form." "You," Mom realized. "That's why you're so determined to complete the ritual, even after everything's fallen apart. You want to become this vessel." Victoria's laugh echoed from the cave, a sound utterly devoid of humor. "Very good, Elizabeth. Yes, I am to be honored above all others. But for the transference to work, I need the essence of all 13 children, and thanks to your interference, I have only 12. The essence flows through the marks we placed, but it flows too slowly without the final rite." "The knife," Dad said, understanding dawning in his voice. "The children weren't going to be killed immediately. The knives were to deepen the connection, to speed the flow of whatever you're taking from them. Their life force," Victoria confirmed, "their potential, all that they might have been, channeled instead into creating something greater." I had reached the cave entrance now, pressing myself against the rock beside it, listening intently. Inside, I could see flickering light torches or lanterns casting long shadows on the cave walls. The air smelled strange, a mixture of damp stone, smoke, and something else, a metallic tang that reminded me of the black substance the high priest had used to mark my forehead. But there's still a way, Victoria continued. The 13th child, your son, bears the mark. Even without the knife ritual, his essence flows to me, however slowly. All I need to do is wait. And what about us? Mom asked. Why bring us here at all? Insurance, Victoria replied simply. Michael came out of hiding for you once. He'll do so again. He's safe with the FBI by now, Dad said firmly. Far from here. Victoria laughed again. Oh, Thomas, you underestimate your son's devotion. He's here already. Aren't you, Michael? My blood ran cold. She knew I was listening. Somehow, she had sensed my presence. Come in, child, Victoria called. No need to lurk in the shadows. I hesitated, wondering where Mrs. Winters was, if she was in position yet. But before I could decide what to do, rough hands grabbed me from behind, dragging me into the cave. 2 masked cultists held me, their grip bruising on my arms. They pulled me deeper into the cave, past stalactites that hung like stone fangs from the ceiling, into a large chamber where my parents stood flanked by more cultists. Michael! Mom cried, taking a step toward me before being yanked back by her guards. I'm okay, I assured her, though that was far from true. The mark on my forehead was burning colder, a numbing sensation spreading from it across my scalp and down my neck. Victoria stood in the center of the chamber, beside a pool of black water that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the torchlight. Around the pool's edge were 13 smaller depressions carved into the stone floor, each filled with the same black substance the high priest had used to mark us. The essence flows, Victoria said, gesturing to the small pools. 12 of them were nearly empty, their contents apparently having drained into the central pool. The 13th, presumably mine, was still full, the black liquid within it thick and motionless. But too slowly from you, Michael. We need to accelerate the process. From within her jacket, she produced a curved black knife, identical to those the cultists had carried at the ceremony. The connection must be deepened. No, Dad shouted, struggling against his captors. Victoria, don't do this. You know this isn't right. She turned to him, her expression almost sad. Right and wrong are such limited concepts, Thomas. What we do here transcends morality. It is necessity. It is destiny. It's murder, Mom spat. You're killing children for power. Not killing, Victoria corrected. Transforming. Their energy, their potential doesn't vanish. It becomes part of something greater. She approached me, knife raised. The cultists holding me tightened their grip, forcing me to my knees beside the 13th small pool. A small cut, she explained, almost gently, just enough to strengthen the connection between your essence and the pool. The pain will be brief. I looked up at her, at the fanatic light in her eyes, and knew there was no reasoning with her. This woman had devoted her life to a dark god, had mutilated herself and others in its service, had killed without remorse to fulfill her ambitions. She was beyond reach, but perhaps not beyond justice. Eleanor! I shouted suddenly, hoping Mrs. Winters was near enough to hear. Now! Victoria's eyes widened in surprise, her head turning toward the cave entrance. In that moment of distraction, I acted. With all my strength, I wrenched myself sideways, throwing off the balance of the cultists holding me. One of them stumbled, loosening his grip just enough for me to pull free. I lunged for Victoria, not at her body, but at her hand, the one holding the ritual knife. My fingers closed around her wrist, twisting with desperate strength born of fear and rage. She cried out in pain as the knife fell from her grasp, clattering to the stone floor. I dove for it, but one of the cultists kicked it away, sending it spinning across the chamber. Victoria recovered quickly, backhanding me with enough force to send me sprawling. Restrain him, she commanded, properly this time. As the cultists moved to recapture me, a gunshot echoed deafeningly in the confined space of the cave. One of the men guarding my father collapsed with a cry of pain, clutching his leg. Mrs. Winters stood in the entrance to the chamber, gun raised. FBI, she shouted. Everyone on the ground now! The cultists hesitated, looking to Victoria for direction. She glared at Mrs. Winters with hatred so intense it seemed to radiate from her like heat. Eleanor, she hissed, always interfering, always self-righteous. You've forgotten your roots. I've remembered my humanity, Mrs. Winters replied steadily. Something you sacrificed long ago, Victoria. The standoff lasted only seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Then Victoria's hand moved, too quick to track, pulling something from her belt, another knife, smaller than the ritual blade but no less deadly. She threw it with practiced precision. Mrs. Winters fired again, but too late. The knife found its mark, burying itself in her shoulder. The impact knocked her back a step, her shot going wide. She kept her feet, adjusting her aim despite the knife protruding from her flesh, but the momentary advantage was lost. The cultists holding my parents shoved them aside and rushed Mrs. Winters. The cave filled with the sounds of struggle grunts, curses, another gunshot that ricocheted off stone walls. In the chaos, I scrambled toward my parents. Dad had already regained his feet and was helping Mom up. We backed away from the fight, deeper into the cave where shadows offered some concealment. We need to get out of here, Dad whispered urgently. Not without Mrs. Winters, I insisted. He grimaced, but nodded in agreement. Stay hidden. I'll help her. Before he could move, Victoria's voice cut through the commotion. Enough! The fighting stopped abruptly. My heart sank as I saw the tableau by the cave entrance, Mrs. Winters on her knees, disarmed, bleeding from her shoulder where the knife still protruded. Two cultists held her arms, preventing any further resistance. Victoria stood over her, breathing heavily. A few strands of hair escaped from her usually immaculate style. Always the hero, she said coldly. And for what? You failed, Eleanor. Again. Have I? Mrs. Winters replied, her voice strained but defiant. The ceremony is disrupted. The FBI knows about this place, about all of you. They're coming, Victoria. This is over. Nothing is over, Victoria snapped. The Crowfather's will shall be done. She turned, scanning the shadows where we had retreated. Come out, Callahans, or I'll have Eleanor's throat cut right now. Dad squeezed my shoulder. Stay behind us, he murmured. Then stepped forward, Mom beside him. Let her go, Victoria, he demanded. This has gone far enough. It hasn't gone nearly far enough, she replied. Not until the vessel is complete. Her gaze fixed on me, partially hidden behind my parents. The boy, bring him to me. No, Mom said firmly, arms outstretched as if to physically block Victoria's view of me. You've taken enough children. Victoria's expression hardened. You seem to be under the impression that you have a choice in this matter. She gestured to the cultists. Bring me the boy. Kill the parents if they resist. The cultists advanced, but before they could reach us, Mrs. Winters made her move. Despite her restraints and injury, she surged upward with surprising strength, driving her shoulder into Victoria's back, sending her stumbling forward. Run! Mrs. Winters shouted. We didn't need to be told twice. Dad grabbed my arm and we sprinted deeper into the cave, away from the entrance and the cultists. Behind us, I heard Victoria's enraged scream, a sound that seemed to contain more raven than human. This way, Dad urged, pulling us down a narrow side passage that branched off from the main chamber. I remember this place. There's another exit. You've been here before? I asked, surprised. Many times, he replied grimly. This is where they conducted the most secret rituals. I was part of the inner circle, remember? We ran through the darkness, Dad leading the way with confidence born of familiarity, Mom and I following close behind. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes so narrow we had to turn sideways to squeeze through, other times opening into small chambers filled with strange carvings and the remnants of ancient rituals. The mark on my forehead grew colder with each step, the numbness spreading down my face until my lips felt frozen, my vision blurred periodically, the cave walls seeming to ripple and shift like something alive. Almost there, Dad encouraged as we entered a larger chamber, where the ceiling opened to the night sky far above some kind of natural chimney in the rock. But as we crossed this space, heading for another passage on the far side. A figure stepped from the shadows to block our path. Victoria, her face contorted with rage, blood streaming from a cut above her eye. "Did you think you knew these caves better than I do?" she asked Dad, her voice ragged. "I was born here, Thomas. Born in darkness, for darkness." She held the ritual knife again, its black blade seeming to drink in what little light filtered down from above. "Stand aside, Victoria," Dad ordered, pushing Mom and me behind him. "You've lost. It's over." "It's only beginning," she replied. "The vessel will be completed. The Crowfather will walk among us again." She lunged forward with surprising speed, knife aimed at Dad's chest. He dodged, shoving Mom and me clear as he grappled with Victoria. They struggled for control of the knife, a deadly dance in the dim light of the cave. "Run!" Dad shouted to us. "Find the exit! Go!" Mom pulled at my arm, but I resisted. I couldn't leave Dad alone with Victoria. "Michael, please," Mom begged, tears streaming down her face. "We have to go." Before I could respond, Dad cried out in pain. Victoria had scored a hit, the knife slashing across his arm. He staggered back, clutching the wound, blood seeping between his fingers. "Dad!" I broke free from Mom's grip, rushing to his side. Victoria turned her attention to me, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "At last," she said, "the 13th essence, freely given." She reached for me with her free hand, fingers splayed. The moment she touched the mark on my forehead, an electric shock seemed to pass through my entire body. I convulsed, dropping to my knees as icy fire spread from the mark through my veins. Through a haze of pain, I heard Mom scream, saw her launch herself at Victoria. The two women fell, grappling on the cave floor. The knife skittered away, sliding to a stop near my hand. I reached for it instinctively, my fingers closing around the handle. It was heavier than it looked. The black material warmed to the touch, despite the chill of the cave. Victoria had pinned Mom to the ground, hands around her throat. Dad was struggling to his feet, his injured arm hanging useless at his side. I acted without thinking, lunging forward with the knife. I wasn't aiming to kill, only to threaten, to force Victoria away from my mother. But in the chaos and dim light, with my vision still blurred from whatever effect the mark was having on me, I misjudged the distance. The black blade sank into Victoria's side. She froze, a look of shock spreading across her face. Her hands released Mom's throat, moving instead to the knife protruding from her ribs. Blood, dark and thick, welled around the wound. "No," she gasped, looking down at the blade. "Not like this. Not by this hand." She turned to me, her expression a mixture of disbelief and something else. Something almost like relief. "The vessel," she whispered. "It was never to be me." Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed beside my mother, the knife still embedded in her side. Mom scrambled away from her, coughing and gasping for air. Dad reached us, kneeling beside Mom despite his own injury. "Are you both okay?" he asked, voice hoarse with fear and exertion. I nodded numbly, staring at Victoria's still form. I had stabbed someone, perhaps killed them. The reality of it felt distant, unreal. "We need to go," Dad said, helping Mom to her feet, "before the others find us." We moved toward the passage Dad had been leading us to, but before we could reach it, a strange sound filled the cavea's soft rustling, like feathers in the wind. From the opening above, crows began to pour in, dozens of them, then hundreds, a living cyclone of black wings and sharp beaks. They circled the chamber, their cawing echoing off the walls, the sound building to a deafening crescendo. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they dove toward Victoria's body. We watched in horror as they surrounded her, a seething mass of black feathers. When they dispersed, rising back up through the opening to the night sky above, Victoria's body was gone. In its place lay only the ritual knife, its blade now gleaming silver instead of black. "What just happened?" Mom whispered. Dad shook his head, his face pale. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like that." The mark on my forehead, which had been burning cold since the ceremony, suddenly flared with pain so intense I cried out, dropping to my knees. It felt as if something was being torn from me, pulled out through the symbol the high priest had drawn. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pain vanished. The numbing cold receded, my vision cleared, and I felt wholly myself again for the first time since the marking. "It's gone," I said, touching my forehead where the mark had been. "I can't feel it anymore." Dad helped me up, examining my forehead in the dim light. "It's faded," he confirmed. "Almost invisible now." "The ritual," Mom realized. "It must have broken when Victoria, when I killed her," I finished, the words tasting bitter in my mouth. Dad gripped my shoulders. "You didn't kill her, Michael. Whatever happened here, it wasn't a normal death. And you were defending your mother. Never forget that." I nodded, though the image of the knife sinking into Victoria's flesh would, I knew, haunt me for years to come. "Let's get out of here," Dad said, guiding us toward the passage once more. "The others will have heard the commotion." This time, we made it through without interruption. The passage sloped gently upward, growing narrower in places but always leading toward what felt like the surface. After several minutes of careful navigation, I saw a faint glow ahead moonlight, filtering through what must be the exit. "Almost there," Dad encouraged, his voice tight with pain from his injured arm but determined. We emerged from the cave into a small ravine, the night sky open above us, stars glittering like distant, cold eyes. The air felt clean and fresh after the stifling atmosphere of the caves, and I gulped it gratefully into my lungs. "Which way?" Mom asked, looking around at the unfamiliar terrain. Before Dad could answer, voices echoed from the cave behind us, the cultists, following our trail. "This way," Dad decided, pointing up the ravine. "If we can reach the ridge, we can signal the FBI team." We climbed as quickly as our exhausted bodies would allow, scrambling over loose rocks and clutching at sparse vegetation for support. Behind us, the voices grew louder, and flashlight beams began to sweep the ravine. "They're coming," Mom whispered unnecessarily. "Just keep moving," Dad urged. "We have a head start." We reached the end of the ravine, where it opened onto a broader slope leading up to the ridge. Here we were more exposed, the moonlight and open ground making us visible to anyone looking in our direction. But the ridge was close, maybe 5 minutes of hard climbing away. "I can see lights on the other side," I said, pointing to what looked like flashlights moving along the far side of the ridge. "That must be the FBI." Dad nodded. "If we can just reach the top, we'll be safe." We were halfway up the slope when a shout from below confirmed our worst fears had been spotted. Looking back, I saw several figures emerging from the cave entrance, pointing in our direction. "Run," Dad ordered, no longer concerned with stealth. We scrambled upward, loose rocks sliding beneath our feet, making progress difficult and noisy. The distance between us and our pursuers began to shrink alarmingly. The ridge loomed tantalizingly close above us, its crest silhouetted against the star-filled sky. If we could just reach it, we'd be visible to the FBI team on the other side. A gunshot cracked through the night, the bullet whining past my ear close enough that I felt its passage. Mom screamed, pulling me closer to her as we climbed. "Almost there," Dad encouraged, his face pale with exertion and blood loss. "Don't stop." Another shot, this one striking the rock near Dad's hand, sending stone chips flying. He flinched but kept climbing. We were perhaps 20 yards from the ridge when Mom suddenly stumbled with a cry of pain. I turned to see her clutching her leg, blood seeping between her fingers. "Mom!" I cried, reaching for her. "Keep going," she gasped. "I'm right behind you." But she wasn't. She could barely stand, let alone climb. Dad immediately turned back, sliding down to her side. "Elizabeth?" he said, voice tight with fear. "How bad?" "Just a graze," she assured him, though her pinched expression suggested otherwise. "Help me up." Dad lifted her, supporting her weight as we continued our ascent, now moving at a fraction of our previous speed. Behind us, the cultists gained ground rapidly. "We're not going to make it," Mom said, her voice strained but accepting. "Thomas, take Michael and go. I'll hold them off." "No," Dad and I said in unison. "We stay together," Dad insisted, "no matter what." The determination in his voice gave me strength. We pushed on, moving as a unit, Dad and I practically carrying Mom between us. The ridge was so close now, the lights on the other side clearly visible. Then, from above, a powerful spotlight suddenly swept the slope, blinding in its intensity. A voice boomed through a loudspeaker. FBI, this is a federal operation. Drop your weapons and lie face down on the ground. The command wasn't directed at us, but at our pursuers. The cult members hesitated, caught in the harsh glare of the spotlight. Some immediately complied, dropping to the ground. Others turned to flee back toward the cave. More FBI agents appeared at the ridge, moving down the slope toward us with weapons raised. I recognized the lead agentate was Robert, Duncan's son, Mrs. Winter's grandson. Eleanor sent out a distress signal. He explained as his team secured the area around us. We've been searching for you. Is she? Dad began, unable to finish the question. Robert's expression darkened. She's alive, but injured. Medics are working on her now. Relief washed over me. Mrs. Winters had survived. After all she'd done to help us, to help the other families, the thought of her dying in that cave was unbearable. The other children? Mom asked as an agent helped her sit on a flat rock, examining her leg wound. All accounted for, Robert assured her. Some are traumatized, obviously, but physically unharmed. We've reunited most with their families already. And the cult? Dad asked, wincing as another agent began cleaning and bandaging his arm. We've rounded up over 100 members so far, Robert said, including most of the leadership. Those we haven't caught yet won't get far. We've set up roadblocks on every route out of these mountains. Something occurred to me then. What about the high priest? The one with the feather crown and the modified hands? Robert nodded grimly. Dead. Shot during the initial raid. Several of the inner circle were killed resisting arrest. And Victoria? Dad asked. Tall woman, dark hair wound in her shoulder? Robert frowned. We haven't found anyone matching that description. Why? Dad and Mom exchanged looks. Then Mom turned to Robert. She was the one leading the ritual. The one who... She glanced at me, clearly uncomfortable discussing what had happened in the cave. We'll debrief you fully once we get you to safety, Robert said, understanding her hesitation. For now, let's focus on getting you medical attention and out of these mountains. As he spoke, paramedics arrived, bringing stretchers for Mom and Dad despite their protests that they could walk. I was checked over quickly, the paramedic paying special attention to my forehead where the mark had been. There's just a faint discoloration, she said, puzzled. Like an old scar. You said this was applied today? I nodded, not knowing how to explain what had happened in the cave with Victoria, the crows, the mark fading as if years had passed in an instant. We'll run some tests at the hospital, she decided. Make sure there's no residual effect from whatever substance they used. As they loaded my parents onto stretchers, I stood watching the ongoing operation around us. FBI agents were leading handcuffed cultists up the ridge to waiting vehicles. Others were scanning the area with flashlights, searching for those who had fled. Something made me look up toward the night sky. A single crow circled overhead, its shape distinct against the backdrop of stars. As I watched, it let out a harsh caw that seemed to cut through all the other noise around us. Then it banked sharply and flew toward the moon, growing smaller and smaller until it vanished from sight. Michael? It was Robert standing beside me. We're ready to move out. Your parents are asking for you. I nodded, tearing my gaze away from the empty sky. I'm coming. The hospital room was quiet except for the soft beeping of monitoring equipment and the occasional squeak of rubber-soled shoes in the hallway outside. Mom slept in the bed nearest the window, her injured leg elevated on pillows, an IV running into her arm. Dad sat in a chair between our beds, his wounded arm bandaged and in a sling, his head nodding as he fought against exhaustion. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. We'd been here for 2 days now, subjected to countless tests and interviews as the FBI built their case against the congregation. The doctors had found no physical damage from the marking ritual, though they remained baffled by the faint, silvery scar on my forehead, the only visible remnant of what had happened. Mrs. Winters was in a room down the hall, recovering from surgery to remove Victoria's knife from her shoulder. I'd visited her earlier, finding her alert and determined despite her injury. She'd been officially reinstated to the FBI for the duration of the operation, her decades of intelligence on the congregation proving invaluable as they dismantled the cult's network. We've identified cells in 12 major cities, she told me during my visit. The congregation's roots go deeper than even I realized. But we'll dig them all out, Michael. This ends now. I believed her. If anyone could ensure the complete destruction of the congregation, it was Eleanor Winters. And yet, something nagged at me, a persistent unease I couldn't shake. Victoria's final words echoed in my mind. The vessel. It was never to be me. What had she meant? And what had happened to her body in that cave? The crows had taken it, yes, but where? And why? The FBI had searched the cave system thoroughly, finding evidence of decades of rituals, but no trace of Victoria herself. It was as if she had never existed. A soft knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. A nurse poked her head in, smiling apologetically. Sorry to disturb you, but there's someone here who insists on seeing you. Says she won't leave until she talks to Michael. Dad straightened in his chair, instantly alert. Who is it? A young girl, the nurse replied. Says her name is Lily Hayes. I sat up, surprised. Lily the Hayes' daughter, one of the 13 chosen children. I hadn't seen her since we'd separated in the forest during our escape attempt. It's okay, I told Dad. I know her. He hesitated, then nodded to the nurse. 5 minutes, he stipulated. My son needs rest. The nurse disappeared, returning moments later with Lily. She looked different from when I'd last seen her cleaner, obviously, but also somehow older, as if the events of the past few days had aged her beyond her years. Hi, Michael, she said, hovering uncertainly by the door. Hi, Lily, I replied. How are you? How are your parents? They're okay, she said, moving closer to my bed. We're staying with my aunt until it's safe to go home. The FBI said it might be a while. Dad stood, wincing as the movement jostled his injured arm. I'll give you two a moment, he said, surprising me. I need coffee anyway. 5 minutes, he reminded the nurse, who nodded her agreement. Once he'd left, Lily moved to the side of my bed, her expression solemn. I needed to talk to you, she said quietly. About what happened. About the mark. I touched my forehead self-consciously. What about it? She glanced toward the door to ensure no one was listening, then pulled her hair back from her face. There, on her temple, was a faint silvery scar, similar to Minith remains of whatever symbol the high priest had drawn on her during the ceremony. You have one too, I said, unnecessarily. She nodded. We all do. All 13 of us. And we've been having dreams. A chill ran through me. What kind of dreams? About crows? She whispered. About a woman with black feathers growing from her skin. She speaks to us in the dreams, tells us it's not over, that we're still connected to something. My mouth went dry. Victoria? Lily shrugged. I don't know her name, but in the dream, she says she's waiting. That 13 years will pass quickly, that the cycle will continue. I thought of Victoria's final words again. The vessel. It was never to be me, and a horrible suspicion began to form in my mind. Has anyone else had these dreams? I asked. Anyone who wasn't marked? Lily shook her head. Just us, the 13. That's why I had to talk to you. My parents don't understand. The FBI doctors say it's just trauma, that we'll get over it. But it feels real, Michael. It feels like she's really talking to us. Before I could respond, Dad returned, a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. He looked between us, sensing the tension. Everything okay here? Lily stepped back from my bed. Yes, sir. I just wanted to see how Michael was doing. She turned to me. I should go. My aunt's waiting. Lily, I called as she headed for the door. Be careful, okay? And if the dreams get worse, I'll let you know, she promised, understanding passing between us. Then she was gone, leaving me with my growing unease and a theory too disturbing to share with my already traumatized parents. That night, I had the dream for the first time. I stood in a forest clearing under a blood-red moon, the same scene I'd glimpsed during our flight through the woods. 13 stone altars formed a circle around a central pyre, where flames flickered with unnatural colors: purple, green, blue. On each altar lay a child, motionless, faces obscured by crow masks. In the center, beside the fire, stood a figure that was neither fully human nor fully bird, a woman's form, with feathers sprouting from her skin, her face elongating into something like a beak. Her fingers fused and extended into talons. Victoria, transformed. "The vessel was never to be me," she said, her voice a rasping caw that somehow formed words. "It was to be all of us, the 13, joined with the Crowfather's chosen." She spread her arms, which were now wings, gesturing to the 13 altars. "The essence flows still, though slowly. 13 years it will take to complete what was begun. 13 years until the circle reforms." As she spoke, the crow masks on the children began to shift, merging with their faces beneath. Feathers sprouted from their skin, fingers elongated into talons. They were changing, becoming like Victoria. I looked down at my own hands and saw the transformation beginning there too: skin darkening, hardening, fingernails extending into curved talons. I tried to scream, but my mouth had already begun to reform, my tongue replaced with something hard and sharp that could only caw. I woke thrashing in my hospital bed, the monitoring equipment beeping frantically as my heart rate spiked. A nurse rushed in, followed closely by Dad, who had been sleeping in the chair beside me. "It's okay," the nurse soothed, checking the monitors. "Just a nightmare. You're safe now." But I wasn't safe. None of us were not the 13 children who had been marked in that ceremony. Something had been set in motion that night. Something that wouldn't be stopped by FBI raids or the arrests of cult members. Victoria had failed to complete the ritual as planned, but she hadn't failed entirely. The vessel, the transformation, the cycle. It would continue, building slowly over 13 years until it reached completion, and with the 13 children would be at the center of it all. I touched the silvery mark on my forehead, feeling it pulse faintly beneath my fingertips like a second alien heartbeat. The Crowfather's influence working its way deeper into us with each passing day. We had 13 years to find a way to break the cycle permanently. 13 years to save ourselves from becoming the very thing we had fought against. "Just a dream," I assured the concerned nurse and my father. "I'm fine now." But as I settled back against my pillows, I knew it was far more than a dream. It was a warning. A glimpse of what was to come if we couldn't find a way to sever our connection to the Crowfather and his dark influence. The battle wasn't over. It had only just begun. 3 months later, the new house looked nothing like our old one. Where that had been a modest suburban home with a small yard and familiar neighbors, this was a secluded cabin set deep in a national forest, the nearest neighbor miles away. The government called it a safe house. To me, it felt more like exile. We'd been relocated under the Witness Protection Program. Our identities changed, our past erased as thoroughly as bureaucracy could manage. Thomas, Elizabeth, and Michael Callahan no longer existed. In their place stood James, Marion, and Eric Reynolds, a family with no connection to the congregation of the Sacred Crow. Dad, I still thought of him as Dad, though I was careful to call him James in public set, a mug of hot chocolate in front of me as I sat at the kitchen table, staring out at the dense forest beyond our windows. "How's the homework coming?" he asked, glancing at the open textbooks before me. I was being homeschooled now, another security measure, to keep me isolated from potential cult infiltrators. "Fine," I replied, not mentioning that I'd been staring at the same page for 20 minutes, distracted by the constant cawing of crows in the trees outside. They followed us everywhere now, these birds, not overtly threatening, just present, watching, waiting. Dad nodded, then hesitated. Mrs. Winters called earlier. She wanted to check in. My attention snapped to him. Eleanor Winters was the only link to our past we were allowed to maintain, and only because she was the FBI's lead consultant on dismantling the remains of the congregation. What did she say? Has she found anything? The anything didn't need explanation between us. After my conversation with Lily in the hospital, and several similar reports from other marked children, I'd finally shared my fears with my parents. To their credit, they hadn't dismissed them as trauma-induced fantasies. Dad, especially, having been part of the congregation's inner circle, understood the potential for the ritual to have effects beyond what was immediately apparent. Nothing concrete, he admitted, sitting across from me, but she's located 3 of the original texts the congregation based their rituals on. Ancient stuff, predating Christianity in Britain. She's having them translated now. Hope flickered briefly. So, there might be a way to reverse what they did to us? To remove the marks completely? Maybe, Dad said, his expression cautious. But it's early days yet. These texts are fragmentary, written in languages few modern scholars can read. I nodded, trying not to show my disappointment. 3 months since the failed ceremony, and we were no closer to understanding what was happening to us, to me, and the 12 other children who bore the Crowfather's mark. The dreams had continued, growing more vivid and disturbing with each passing week. In them, Victoria, what Victoria had become, guided us through our transformation, showing us how to embrace the changes rather than fight them. Some nights I woke to find feathers in my bed, black as midnight. Mom insisted they were from ordinary pillows, but I knew better. They came from inside me, pushed out through my skin as I slept, only to disappear in the light of day. And I wasn't alone. Through a secure messaging system Mrs. Winters had set up, I maintained contact with the other marked children. All reported similar experiences: dreams, feathers, occasional glimpses of Victoria in reflective surfaces or shadows. Some had developed strange abilities, enhanced night vision, an uncanny sense of direction, the ability to mimic any sound they heard with perfect accuracy. Changes that made us a little less human, a little more crow. Mrs. Winters also mentioned Lily Hayes, Dad said, pulling me from my thoughts. Apparently she's been asking to see you. I looked up sharply. What did Eleanor tell her? Nothing specific about our location, he assured me, but she thinks a meeting might be beneficial for both of you. I considered this. Of all the marked children, Lily had shown the most resistance to the changes, fighting the influence in ways that seemed to actually slow the progression. In our secure messages, she'd described techniques she'd discovered, meditation practices, focusing exercises, ways to strengthen her sense of self against the invasive, other that tried to reshape her from within. I'd like to see her, I decided, if it can be arranged safely. Dad nodded. I'll tell Eleanor. Maybe we can set something up for next month. Before I could respond, Mom entered through the back door, arms full of firewood. Despite the security of our location, I noticed how her eyes automatically scanned the tree line before she fully relaxed. Old habits from months on the run died hard. There's a package, she announced, nodding toward the front of the house. Courier just dropped it off. Dad frowned. We weren't expecting anything. It's from Eleanor, Mom said, setting down the wood. Has her security code on the label. Dad retrieved the package, a small box wrapped in brown paper, and brought it to the kitchen table. After carefully examining the seal for signs of tampering, he opened it. Inside lay a book, ancient and leather-bound, its pages yellowed with age. Atop it sat a note in Mrs. Winters' precise handwriting. James, this text was recovered from a private collection belonging to one of the congregation's founding families. The language is an obscure Celtic dialect, but I've had portions translated. Pages 127, 134 detail. A ritual for severing connections to the entity they called the Feathered One. I believe this may be the same being as the Crowfather. The ritual requires the willing participation of all 13 marked individuals. It must be performed at the exact location where the original marking occurred, and on the anniversary of that event. I'm working on locating and contacting all 13 families. Discretion is paramount way. Believe some congregation members remain at large and would kill to prevent this ritual from taking place. I'll be in touch soon with more details. Stay safe. Eleanor. Dad looked up from the note, his expression a mixture of hope and skepticism. A ritual to reverse the marking, he said quietly, but it requires all 13 children in the same place where it happened, exactly 1 year later. That's impossible, Mom said immediately. We can't go back there. It's too dangerous. And getting all 13 families to agree, after everything they've been through? We have to try, I said firmly. The dreams are getting worse. The changes are accelerating. Whatever is happening to us, it's not going to stop on its own. Dad carefully opened the ancient book, turning to the pages Mrs. Winters had indicated. Though I couldn't read the text, the illustrations were clear enough. 13 figures standing in a circle, a bird-like entity rising above them, and then the same 13 figures with the entity banished. A barrier of some kind separating them from it. The question is, Dad said slowly, can we trust this? The congregation has used ancient texts before, but they've always twisted the meaning to serve their purposes. How do we know this isn't another manipulation? It was a fair question, and one I had no answer for. But as I stared at the ancient illustrations, something resonated within me, a sense of rightness, of possibility. The silvery mark on my forehead seemed to pulse in response, as if recognizing itself in those yellowed pages. We don't know for sure, I admitted, but what choice do we have? Either we try this, or we wait 13 years to see what we become when the transformation is complete. The thought hung heavily in the air between us. 13 years until the cycle completed. 13 years until 13 children, no longer children by then, but adults underwent a transformation that would make them something other than human. 13 vessels for an entity older than civilization itself. We'll need to speak with the other families, Dad finally said. All of them. If even one refuses, the ritual can't work. And we'll need to return to the clearing, I added, a shiver running through me at the thought, where it all happened. Let's take this one step at a time, Mom cautioned. First, we talk to Eleanor, get more details about this ritual, what it entails, what risks it poses. Then we decide if it's worth pursuing. Dad nodded in agreement. I'll call her now. As they discussed logistics, I found my gaze drawn to the window, to the forest beyond. A crow sat on a branch directly across from me, its head cocked to one side as if listening to our conversation. As our eyes met, it opened its beak and let out a sound no natural crow could make words, distorted but recognizable. 13 years, it seemed to say. Or one. Choose. Then it spread its wings and took flight, joining a growing flock circling above our cabin. They formed a spiral in the sky, a living vortex of black wings and watchful eyes. The battle for our souls had begun in earnest. The next year would determine not just our fate, but perhaps the fate of the world itself. Because if 13 vessels filled with the Crow Father's essence were released upon the world, what might follow in their wake? I closed the ancient book, my decision made. Whatever the risk, whatever the cost, we had to try. Not just for ourselves, but for everyone. After all, that's what Dad had taught me from the beginning. You protect those you love, no matter the sacrifice. And now, that circle of protection needed to expand beyond just my family to encompass a world that had no idea of the danger gathering on the horizon. 1 year, 13 children, one chance to break the cycle forever. The crows continued their spiral dance above our home, their shadows passing over us like a promiser, a threat. The choice was made. The countdown had begun. And somewhere, in a place between worlds, Victoria waited, her transformation nearly complete, ready to guide us toward a destiny we would fight with every human fiber remaining in our changing bodies. The war for our humanity had begun, and I intended to win.
Yeah.